Last year at the Pinnacle Athletic Complex, we saw the San Diego Super Bloom and the Colorado Alpenglow play in an absolutely dynamic game in the semis. Ultimately, with the Alpenglow coming up on top, squeezing in that victory, able to play in the finals, and ultimately coming out champions of the 2024 WUL season. And today we are so excited to see these two teams face off again in the final game of the regular season for the Western Ultimate League. It's going to be an absolutely fantastic game today. Hi, I'm Emily Brixey, or Brix, and I'm joined here by Betsy Bash, former horse girl and former WUL player herself. We have the best seats in the house for this absolutely amazing game to see who will come out undefeated and able to clinch that #1 seed spot for championship weekend. Betsy, how are you feeling about the game today?
I am so excited, Brix. I don't think it can be understated about how exciting this game is. I don't think this is just going to be the most exciting game of the season. I think this is going to be the most exciting game of WUL history. You have two undefeated teams going together in the last game of the regular season.
It's going to be very exciting. Lots of players here to watch. But Betsy, on the Super Bloom side, who do you have your eye on to really clinch this victory for them today?
I'm really looking at Deanna Abrams, number 6 today for the Super Bloom. Deanna is really coming into her own at the right time here. Her dynamic movement and athleticism, I think, is really going to shine, especially at altitude. And I'm really excited to see what she's going to do today. I think she's going to be the key to a lot of the movement here at the Super Bloom.
I'm excited as well. And what about on the Alpenglow side, Betsy?
If the Alpenglow come up with a W today, it is going to be around Rory Veldman. If you are new here to the WUL, no one makes plays like Rory Veldman does. If there is defense, offense, it doesn't matter what it is, Rory Veldman will be in the center of it.
She's an incredibly dynamic player, that is for sure. This is going to be a really exciting game today, as we keep saying. Betsy, is there anything that you're particularly excited about today?
You know, one of the things that happened today was we had an amazing clinic this morning. We had a girls' ultimate movement, and we had over 60 kids out. And amazing ultimate and bringing youth into the game. This is what it's all about, Brix.
It's going to be great. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back here for this game shortly.
Woohoo!
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
The San Diego Super Bloom versus the Colorado Alpenglow. We're up in the booth getting really excited to watch this game. Teams are lining up. And Betsy, I mean, do you wish you were out there a little bit?
Actually, as a fan, I am so excited to watch this game. If I was playing, I wouldn't be able to watch. So I am so excited to watch these much younger athletes come in and take this on, for sure.
Absolutely incredible. We have a great fan base down there. You might be able to hear them. Lots of exciting young players down there following the clinic. All stayed to watch.
Yes.
Great to see. And yeah, like we talked about, Betsy, this is going to be a really exciting game to determine who takes the 1 seed in championship weekend. Both teams hoping to maintain their perfect record through the regular season. It's going to be an exciting day, I think.
Absolutely. You know, and I'm really interested in how the teams are going to approach the game today. It's a little warmer out on the field than the weather anticipated, so I think that there's that. It's also a little earlier. Like, you know, most teams aren't playing at noon on Sunday, so this game will be really interesting. I think for the Super Bloom too, they're missing 2 big players today. So they're missing Kelly Iwamoto and they're missing Alex Diaz. Obviously, there's ridiculous amount of talent on this team. And so, you know, for them, I think one of the keys is to like really use their defense to disrupt Alpenglow's like big huck, big deep play game. They really want to disrupt that work. And then when they do get those turns, really use those turns to make those fast breaks be fast, because that's the way the Alpenglow are going to play.
Yep, and these teams kind of have similar play styles, which is really interesting to watch. So on the home side of things, for the Alpenglow, what are you looking for the keys to their game today?
Absolutely. We're really looking at handlers to really work together today. It's a little windy out there. It's kind of a cross field. And so they're really going to have to work together to open up the downfield. Because Super Bloom is such an athletic team, it's going to be a great athletic matchup downfield, and so the handlers are really going to have to do that work and then be really strategic on defense. I am always interested to see who takes the Kayla Helton and the Dina Elimelech matchups, so I think that will be a really cool thing to see.
Yeah, I completely agree, and we'll see. I mean, my inclination would be that probably we'll get to see some Rory Veldman action on one of those 2 players.
That's exactly what I was going to say. Absolutely. I would take Rory on Kayla or Dina, but Rory can't cover them both.
Exactly. So should be an exciting game here. Can we talk a little bit about the format of a WUL game? Sort
Absolutely.
of the timing and stuff?
Great. So a pro game for the Western Ultimate League is broken up into 4 12-minute quarters. So really similar to other sports that we see, like basketball and things like that. So different if you're used to seeing a club frisbee. There are 2-minute breaks in between quarters, and we'll take a 10-minute break then during half. One of the big differences here is that the stall count is at 7. This will be a real touch point that we'll talk about the whole rest of the game, is if a stall is actually at 7 seconds or if it's less than 7 seconds, which is something all of our observers are going to help us out with today.
Yes, we are big fans of the observers up here in the booth, for sure.
Absolutely.
And it looks like the Super Bloom are going to be pulling today. Got a Alpenglow O-line out there.
Yes, I'm really interested to see where this first pull goes, especially with the crosswind. Before people get used to it, the first pull usually ends up in the stands. So it'll be interesting to see if they can make that adjustment right away.
Yeah, we've talked about it before here. Because of where this stadium is positioned, we end up getting some kind of swirly winds out there. Definitely gives a home court advantage.
It does, although the wind favors no one. So the wind actually doesn't have a favorite. So that's always an interesting thing. So it looks like we've got Dina Elimelech on the pole here. And we'll see if we've got an announcer's curse here right away, or if Dina defies what we're calling.
And the first pull of the game is up, and shading a little bit, but going to land in bounds here.
All right, she broke the curse. It didn't end up in the stands.
Quick movement here out of the handler set from the Alpenglow, finding Bristol Lavoie downfield. Bristol shoots it up to Abby Thorpe, just on the line here. Finding Ito, again, just on this line. Ito shoots it, looking for Thorpe. Off the hands of Thorpe with quite a few players in that space, Dixon as well as several San Diego Super Bloom players.
Yeah, I think Ito saw Thorpe running deep, but didn't notice that Kawabata and Dixon were already back there. And so when the disc floated, everyone just kind of coalesced into that same area there.
And Super Bloom now with a chance to break off the hands of Kayla Helton, but she reels it back in.
So very interestingly, too, we've got Thorpe on the Elimelech matchup, and we've got Kawabata on the Helton matchup. So 2 great matchups to watch.
Bow with the disc now. Outside, finding Peden. Stall count getting high, but Peden finds Helton. Helton looks to center it back to Peden. The Alpenglow really locking down field, making these handlers work and move it backwards, but a shot up, looking for Peden
Ito
in the end
coming
zone.
through.
And
gets
Ito with the D.
Wow. If you notice there, Ito came from across the field there to actually get in. The disc hung a little bit, but not as much as you would think for Ito to catch up to that. That was incredible closing speed right there.
Absolutely amazing. And Ari Nelson finds Hecht.
You got Lavoie all alone. There's still no one on there. Avery finally takes the matchup.
Off the hands of Ito there. Another opportunity for the Super Bloom to break. A quick shot from Jones. And keeps it in bounds. Seems like we're going to talk about it.
Well, a lot of people and still don't know what they're calling. It looks like they're calling not a goal.
Bao tried to turn it to sort of toe that line. Looks like she wasn't quite able to do that. Let's take another look at it. And you can see her foot looked like it was on the line there, which would be out.
And we know that the line is out here in Ultimate.
Nelson centers quickly to Dixon.
So both teams starting out with some mismatches and some errors. Nelson seeing Dixon all alone makes a huge connection. Thorpe sprinting past, Dixon still looking for someone to pick up.
Lavoie now with the disc in the center of the field. Finds Hecht. Swings it out. Looking for Nelson now. Big shooter there in Nelson. Finding Kawabata. Kawabata puts a little bladey throw up. Has both Dixon and Thorpe in the area, and Thorpe reels it in for the first score of the game and a hold for the Colorado Alpenglow.
I think that was for Dixon. Dixon was all by herself there, like kind of trailing in the back. Thorpe saw it go high and went high for it as well, but I think that was for Alicia. And Abby, you don't need any more goals. Get going to Alicia. Alicia's doing a great job out there.
Look, Abby's hungry.
Absolutely, and what a wonderful throw from Kawabata. You know, she kept on wanting that middle throw, took that step back to get her defender away from her and put that up beautiful, even with the wind going on, and it just hung right there. We had 2 turns each for both of those teams in order to get our first score. That was almost a 4-minute point there for our first point here. Not the way we thought we'd start out with that game, Bricks.
You know, I think that sometimes players just have to get their feet under them a little bit, especially in sort of these high-pressure games, right? Both of these teams really care about the results of this game. We have a pull here from Veldman, and Super Bloom is coming down on O here.
Got Ellis moving it around. Expect to see a lot of movement from Ellis today with Iwamoto out.
Super Bloom working it down the field. Quick shot now, Ellis with the disc. Ellis finding Ishii.
Great roll attempt, but they kind of missed out on that.
Weaver with the disc, putting it up, looking for a shot, and that is going to work. Beautiful catch there from Bile.
Much cleaner point this time there from Super Bloom. Maybe they shook all those things out that you were saying earlier, but that was a very clean from Bile. You just can't let Bile get away from you. She is too fast.
Yeah, that was some great O-line, just control of that disc from the Super Bloom. Looked very well rehearsed.
Absolutely. There were a couple of times where it looked like you know, the Alpenglow players were kind of like on their heels a little bit, you know, looked like they got turned around. And I know this is a small piece, but in pro, the small pieces really make a difference. The difference between turning all the way around to just making a check cut and coming up on your defense makes a big difference.
Pull here from Gray. Hecht is going to quickly center to Ari Nelson. Ari Nelson finding Thorpe. Has Alicia running deep. Instead shoots to Kawabata. Kawabata on the sideline here. Up line to Thorpe, but that is going to be a great D from Gray.
And I think Thorpe's going to call a foul. Unfortunately, you had Thorpe and Ito running into the same place there. And I think it was just a little bit more crowded than it needed to be. But it sounds like they're talking about a foul there. It sounds like Thorpe is saying that Gray's hands went in and hit their hands, so they were unable to reel in that catch.
Went to the observer, it seems like.
It sounds like there's some confusion about what happened. Okay, all right, looks like they're calling no foul, maybe? Okay, so no foul. Super Bloom has the disc.
Super Bloom here with a chance to break. Neeson's picking up the disc there on the sideline. Great centering pass. Swings quickly outside. Zettner finding number 47 in there. Gray now with the disc, shooting up. A beautiful inside look there. And that's going to be a break for the Super Bloom. Zettner there with the score.
Yeah, they were definitely, the Super Bloom were definitely moving the disc very quickly. Alpenglow on their heels again. And look at that inside break right there.
Two beautiful inside breaks in a row.
Yep. That was pretty incredible. She actually had to sit down there to actually get that in. That was a pretty incredible break there. So we've got another line out here for the Alpenglow. Thorpe back on the line to see if we can even up this game here. So we've got a little cloud cover coming in. Hopefully that makes it a little cooler on the turf for everybody. Gives everybody an opportunity to take a deep breath, and we've got Ellie Mellick on the pole.
And a great pull there from Ellie Mellick.
Was in the back of the end zone there.
Mimak picking up the disc, quickly finding Banis.
Looks like they're in a zone look here.
Vlack holding the disc, resets to Mimak. Great movement here from the Alpenglow handlers. Breaking through. Mimak with the disc.
Here.
Thorpe looking for Stockdale, going to hit the ground a little early. Opportunity again for the Super Bloom to break. A quick centering pass and a shot looking for Ellie Mellick. A little bit outside of her reach there.
You know, I think that Ellie Mellick didn't know that that throw was going up from Jones and just, you know, seemed to miss it. Looked to her left for just a second. I think that if she wouldn't have looked the other way, she actually might have caught up to that disc.
There are a few discs that Ellie Mellick can't catch up to.
You are correct. So not my favorite matchup I've ever come up to, that is for sure. Wow, what a laser
real
throw
sneaky
for the middle.
Inside, yeah, from Mimek there. Thorpe with the disc. Lots of quick movement and resets here from the Alpenglow handlers, trying to break through this zone look here from the Super Bloom. Banis finding Smith, and a D there. Great D from number 26, Ishii. Ishii quickly picking up. Helton now with the disc just outside of the end zone. Puts up a throw. Stombaugh reels it in and looks inside. Unable to make that connection there and get that break.
People really struggling to get into position. Alpenglow would do well to really move down the field here. It looks like you've got some people who aren't always expecting the disc when it comes through. I mean, right now in the zone, you've got two people right next to each other in the Super Bloom. The Alpenglow would do well to stretch it out, and they're just forcing some throws that they didn't need to. It sounds like maybe there was a whistle that went up, but
Jones picks up the disc quickly, finding Helton there in the end zone for another break from the Super Bloom. Unfortunately, off the hands of Macy Lang there from the Alpenglow. Let's look at some of those turns that we saw here. I mean, Super Bloom just playing really great defense. And then that beautiful quick break opportunity from the Super Bloom for that break. So Super Bloom right now are up 3-1. Alpenglow offense seems to be struggling just a little bit, both with their connections and also struggling to break through that O look from the Super Bloom.
Absolutely. I know that the Alpenglow pride themselves on anyone can play any position. I know one of the dominant stories of the year has been the difference of seeing Abby Thorpe upfield and seeing Abby handle more. And I just wonder what kind of impact that is having on other people and throws being available all the time.
Dixon with the disc shoots out to Veldman. Back to Dixon. Dixon in power position, looking for Lavoie. A little bit too far out in front of her there.
Yeah, it looked like if maybe the disc had been able to just kind of sit on the air a little higher, Bristol could have caught up to it, but it looks like it hit an ear pocket and it pushed it right back down.
Another break opportunity for the Super Bloom. Ellis going to pick up, shoot it out to Jones.
We've got Veldman on Pajunas, which is a great matchup. Pajunas is going to send it. You saw Mayheck just put her head down there.
Weaver really ran that down. Resets.
Oh, wow.
And a good look there, but it's not quite going to connect.
Yeah, I think there was a miscue there, but it was helpful that Veldman was there anyway to make sure that that didn't get through.
And now the Alpenglow will have to walk it down the length of the field to get this hold. Ari Nelson, Alpenglow's QB, picking up the disc here. Ari Nelson has Kawabata going, finds her downfield.
Oh, we've got Ito also trailing, so now Kawabata has still gonna have to get rid of it though.
Kawabata looking for
Veldman.
Veldman.
Oh.
Bit of contact there as Veldman was going up for the disc.
Yeah, if I was on the field right now, I would probably call a foul. It looked like body contact while Rory was trying to get ready to go up for that disc.
Here's a look at that again.
Oh yeah, it looks like Pajunas came right down on Rory's feet there before Rory was even able to get up.
Rory taking a few seconds. Hopefully she's okay. Just having a little conversation from the ground. We'll see if she takes an injury. Seems like not. She will pick up the disc just outside of the end zone.
So we think that there was a call of foul, no contest, and so Rory picks it up on the end zone. The Alpenglow really need this score here. They've gotten broken a couple of times, and they really need this score.
Hecht with the disc just outside of the end zone. Swings around, finding Ito. Ito putting the disc out into space, but no one from the Alpenglow really cutting there.
Yeah, it's hard to classify that as a miscommunication when it looks like there was just nobody there, Bricks.
Nissen picking up the disc, quickly centering to Jones. Bile with the disc on the sideline.
Oh.
And lots of contact there.
Yeah, it looks like Dixon was already in the space. As we know, one of the most dangerous plays in Ultimate. It looked like Dixon was already in the space. Weaver didn't see Dixon in the space and so was coming over. And then as people were conglomerating in there, things happened. I am guessing, since they are still taking a timeout, that they are saying that it was a foul on Alpenglow, and so Super Bloom retains the disc.
And while they are taking a timeout, we will go ahead and take a quick opportunity to shout out one of our sponsors, Delta S Performance. Delta S Performance is the official medical team for the Colorado Alpenglow. The team at Delta S Performance specializes in sports and athletic injuries to help Ultimate players play at their best and recover faster.
What do you think they're talking about in this timeout, Bricks? What would you do if you were the Alpenglow right now? What would you do if you were Thomas Eccles trying to call this timeout here?
Let me tell you, I wish I was Thomas Eccles. What a mind for Ultimate.
Who doesn't?
I think that they're going to, they have to stop this play here. We need to see, it looks like they're coming out in person defense, going to really try and trap that sideline, keep the disc here. And Super Bloom are in a great position, right? They've shown that they are really good at moving the disc and more contact downfield. Another discussion. Again, right, Betsy, we talked about these two teams really want to win this game, and I think we can tell that athletes are out here trying as hard as they can and competing in the same space. Appreciate all the spirit out here, good discussions on the field.
Absolutely. Even though Ellis and Andrews were going for the same space there, Andrews called foul, no contest, agreed with the call there. So
Jones with the disc, finding Peden. Peden to Eli Melik. Centering to Helton, losing quite a few yards there, but Helton quickly looks upfield, and great grab there. And Gray shoots it out. Looking for number 9, but just outside the back. Ellis unable to reel that in.
Yeah, it was a really similar situation, actually, to that miss huck from Eli Melik, where Ellis was looking over the left shoulder when the disc was coming from the right. I think she would have been able to catch up with it if she had looked over the other shoulder, actually.
And Alpenglow with another chance here.
Only have 10 seconds left in the quarter, so if Alpenglow possess for another few seconds, they need to score. So the quarter is over, so what this means that if Alpenglow turns it, the quarter is over. Alpenglow do not get another opportunity. If Alpenglow score, then they finish the quarter with a score.
So possess and score here is the name of the game. And Facet Carmen puts it just out the reach there of Maxfield. And that's going to be the end of our first quarter. San Diego Super Bloom is up 3 to Colorado Alpenglow's 1. It has been a very tight game. Lots of good plays on both sides of the field. And I'm excited to see what happens in the second quarter. We're going to take a quick break, and we will see you back in just a few minutes.
Welcome to the Pinnacle Charter School. We are a K-12 tuition-free choice school. We are safe, authentic, innovative, diverse, and inclusive. Pinnacle offers a variety of programs and classes to students of all ages to help them thrive both in school and beyond.
I invite you and your family to learn more about what makes the Pinnacle an amazing school for students and families.
Now enrolling for the 2025-26 school year. PinnacleCharterSchool.org.
seat.
Wow, what a beautiful grab.
And we are back getting ready for the second quarter of this Super Bloom and Alpenglow game. Betsy, it's been pretty fun so far. I think Alpenglow probably having more breaks and errors than they would like to at this stage in the game. What do you think? Do you think we can expect to see anything different coming out of this break between quarters?
Yeah, I'm curious as to what kind of conversation the coaches had. I hope the Super Bloom are pretty happy with their performance right here. I think for the Alpenglow, it just seems like, they are moving with a lot of the same pace that they used to, but the players aren't there. They either need to make sure that their throws are 100%, or they need to make sure that they are better positioned to be able to make quick throws, even if the downfield isn't there.
I think that's exactly right. Super Bloom here on offense. Rory Veldman with the pull.
We got a big pull here. It stays in bounds into the end zone.
Neeson with the disc. Quickly finding number 38 there.
It's going up. All right,
Schultz really puts it out there, but
Nice.
Abby Thorpe with a D. Ray had some steps on Abby Thorpe, but just not quite able to go over the top there.
Yeah, I think Abby had great positioning there and then was able to get up first, which resulted in that D that ended up in the back of their end zone then. I think the wind helped that out a little bit, making that disc keep moving.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great opportunity for the Alpenglow. Veldman with the disc. Dixon, arms wide open, calling for that centering pass. Shooting it out to Lavoie. Lavoie, pumped that. I was excited.
You wanted that.
I wanted
that.
Dixon now with the disc.
You really see a lot of, you've got Thorpe running deep. It's really interesting because we do have some players running deep, but they're then quickly changing positions with each other. So I've watched a number of deep cuts get pulled back in, and I'm curious about that.
Maxfield shoots it, looking for Lavoie, who has plenty of space and reels it in. That is the first break of the game for the Colorado Alpenglow.
The game is now 2-3, and what we saw there is we see a lot of big cross-field throws from the Alpenglow, and that's the first that we've seen so far this game. And from Maxfield, who is not usually somebody who throws a lot of assists. Maxfield's the one that's usually getting the D or streaking deep. To see that kind of big cross-field throw from Maxfield, I think shows that everybody is willing to step up for this game.
I think that's exactly right, Betsy. That has to feel good if you're the Alpenglow. It has felt a little bit to me like Super Bloom has been in control of this game and in control of the speed, even though the score is actually pretty close.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I don't know if it's my own anxiety, but I feel their anxiety from the field. And, as you've said a couple of times now, really just want the team to really settle in. And, they've played this game before. They've played this team before. They've played this team before on this field. Looks like we've got an offsides call here. Looks like the Alpenglow were offsides. And so that means that Super Bloom are going to take it at half field. That really puts Alpenglow at a disadvantage here.
Looks like Jones is going to be picking up the disc for the Super Bloom.
Got Ellie Smith picking up the deep. Great roll defense there from Daniels and Mimak. Great work together.
Jones puts it out to Bow, who's unable to reel it in. Mimak quickly picks up, finding Daniels.
And I'm going to credit the work there with Daniels and Mimak there. It looks like there's a pick on the field. but their work there meant that that space was very crowded. And so, yeah, I think that's where the error happened. There was a lot of people around there.
This would be a big break if the Alpenglow can get it. Mimak finding Black. Puts it up to Stockdale. Stockdale looking. Mimic now with the disc. Back to Black. Lots of patience here from the Alpenglow. Off the hands of Macy Lang. I mean, a tough grab, to be sure.
Very much so. You know, I wonder, too, if Macy wasn't sure that that throw was actually going to go up. I thought Carolyn was going to go cross field on that.
Ellie Mellick shooting it out for Keaton. Just a little bit too low. Keaton unable to keep possession of that disc. Black is going to pick up for the Alpenglow. Looking up line to Daniels, who rips it out, looking for Smith.
Smith and Ellie Mellick. And Smith is going to call the foul here. You definitely have a height mismatch here. I'm very curious, actually, if Ellie Mellick went over the back, if that's what the call is here from Smith.
Smith is a new player to the Alpenglow. We're excited to have her on the roster.
Absolutely. Just had her graduation, so that was pretty great. Smith did a great job, actually, of keeping the body there. And it looks like the foul is going to be upheld. So Smith will retain the disc there. So great call from Smith and staying connected there. That is not something that often happens in that matchup.
Again, big break opportunity here for the Glow. Smith finds Daniels, who has many teammates. Unfortunately, going to be a drop right outside of the end zone. Jones picking up, finding Helton quickly.
You know, the Macy really wants those back.
I think so as well. Super Bloom looking to get another score on the board here. Jones shooting it out to Phillips. Phillips
goes up for Helton.
To Helton. A little bit too far out in front of her there.
So Smith is actually going to call an injury here. So play will stop. That was a long point. Smith did a lot of running up and down the field. Felt like I watched her hitch her step there when Helton took off, and probably feeling pretty grateful that there was that turn there. The Alpenglow just really need to score this point.
Yep, they're doing a great job of working it down the field. They're getting a little held up back in that end zone.
Yep, you can kind of see that the wind has started to pick up. I always notice at that time where you can start to see players' hairs moving a little bit. So if you can see players' hairs moving, it means that it has gotten windier.
Quick movement here from the Alpenglow. Mimak with the disc to Daniels, to Thorpe. Really trying to break through this defense. A little bit of a sag look.
Looks like maybe there's a timeout called.
And Alpenglow will take a timeout. Like we're saying, this is an important break chance for them. They want to tie up this ball game.
So one of the interesting things that happens in the WUL when there are timeouts called is that teams can actually sub their entire line and the count gets reset. This is an incredible advantage on the pro circuit. It was one of my very favorite things about playing pro is during a timeout, you get completely fresh people out there.
And to all our listeners, probably one of their favorite things about a timeout is that I get to read a sponsor read.
I'm excited about it.
So I want to shout out the Ultimate Lending Team. And they say, hey, Colorado Alpenglow fans and all Frisbee fanatics, Jim Nolte and the Ultimate Lending Team are proud to be the official mortgage sponsor for your Colorado Alpenglow. Licensed in 43 states, Jim Nolte and his team will guide you every step of the way through the home buying process. Oh, and Betsy, they have great rates too. To learn more, pull out your phones, jump on social media, and follow Jim Nolte and the Ultimate Lending Team.
I mean, look at this beautiful day. If you lived here, you could be here already. You know, you'd be here watching this game. So call Ultimate Lending Team. Come move here, come hang out, and come watch this great game.
But they're in 43 states. You could live in so many places.
That's true.
All right, and the Alpenglow with the disc. Veldman grabbing that through quite a bit of contact.
Another unfortunate collision with Pajunas and Veldman. Whenever I see multiple collisions like that, I am really curious about what's going on. If there's any kind of talk going back and forth. It's really hard to see there about what happened. But I would be kind of frustrated as a player to already have some pretty tough bumps twice. It looks like we are upholding the foul, and the disc stays there with Veldman.
And one from Veldman.
Yes. I'm also curious at what point in time that the yellow cards are going to come out.
Kawabata now with the disc. Finds Hecht. Out to Dixon. Centers to Thorpe. Back to Hecht. Finding Kawabata again on that sideline, towing it in.
It was a really graceful toe as well. Looks like Kawabata's open again.
Kawabata again with the disc, shooting it out to Thorpe. Thorpe, a skinny inside to Nelson. Beautiful, quickly puts that around to Ito.
You don't usually see that from the backhand.
And a bidding Ari Nelson maintains possession of that disc.
And Nelson's going to call a timeout, it looks like.
Nelson calling another timeout from the Alpenglow.
So that is their second timeout of the half. That means they have 0 timeouts left, and they have 5.5 minutes left in the quarter. Let's look at that layout again from Ari Nelson.
Absolutely stunning work there from Nelson to maintain possession of that disc.
Absolutely. I love that replay because you can actually see the disc come out of their hands for a second and they reel it back in. You can really see how close that was to being a turnover. So Ari Nelson with an incredible save there.
Quite the competitor here in Nelson, and we'll get to take a look at this end zone look from the Alpenglow. Do you think we'll see any sort of change up on the defense here from the Super Bloom?
What a great question. I think so. So I think you're going to see a lot of face guarding here, a lot of aggression. I think that you can already see that in the way that they have navigated their matchup. So you've got Ellie Mellick on Nelson, you've got Ellis on Thorpe, you've got 2 people on Veldman. There's a lot of people available. Dixon is all alone in the backfield. There is no one paying attention to them. And it is
a D from Ellie Mellick there.
Unfortunate to take the timeout and then to have the turnover.
Helton is going to pick up. Weaver trying to find Ellie Mellick there, but going to be a D. Alpenglow again with a chance to break. Nelson to Dixon. Nelson putting it out, finding Ito on that sideline. Ito putting it out for Veldman, who reels that in, and that is a break for the Colorado Alpenglow.
A very, very hard-fought break there, Bricks. We had multiple timeouts there for that point. A lot of things going on. One of the things that I really liked about that throw from Ito was you saw them pump. When Pajuna saw that, they came back under and Nelson kept going deep. What an incredible trust in your teammate, and really that perfect angle for Veldman to come under. That has to be particularly gratifying with that matchup that keeps bumping with Pajunas and Veldman.
Yeah, and that is a really big break for the Alpenglow. It is all tied up here in the second quarter. We have just under 5 minutes remaining, each team with 3 points and a dream of maintaining their undefeated status for the WUL 2025 season.
And very importantly, San Diego, the only one with a timeout left in the last 5 minutes of this game. So we've got a big pull here from Bassett Carmen. They were not ready to receive that, and we've got D coming back down.
Ellis now with the disc, finding Abrams. Abrams conducting traffic a little bit there.
A lot of conducting there.
Pajunas with the disc, fakes that deep look. Ishii to Abrams. Ellis with the disc. These handlers really doing work. Again, we're seeing the same kind of sag look from both teams here. Just slowing down the game. Pajunas. Inside. Weaver now with the disc. Back to Pajunas.
And it's going
Ellis
up.
Shoots it out. Looking
Grace
for
Brown
Abrams.
coming up and can't get there.
Abrams is going to reel that in, and that is another score for the Super Bloom.
Yeah, that looked like another miscommunication there, Bricks. Facet Carmen was deepest. Grace Brown was there. It almost seemed like Brown thought that they had it, kind of slowed up their step, and then didn't get there in time. So you got that big cross-field throw. You see Brown kind of hesitate, like it's going to go right up, and then the disc sailed right past them.
I mean, and a great read there from Abrams, right? I mean, there's a reason that she is the player to watch this game.
Absolutely, we're watching her, and we just watched her score.
And Super Bloom will take that lead now. They are up 4 to Colorado Alpenglow's 3 with just under 4 minutes remaining in this first half. Gray is going to be pulling for the Super Bloom.
Yep, and we're looking for, I'm going to think that it's going to be a quick score. The Alpenglow are going to put some points on the field here and want to do the work that they normally do. They have not been in their speed, and I think that's what they want to get back to. Oh, wow.
And really, Ito really going to work there, but it looks like we're going to have a little bit of a conversation about the contact that happened. Lots of players in that space from the throw that Abby Thorpe put out.
Absolutely. You even see Gray like, oops, like, kind of pull their shoulders back there. And the observers are going to uphold the foul. So the disc will stay with Ito at the place of the foul there. Gray's body language really gave her away there. Yeah, they knew that was a foul.
Thorpe swings it out to Ito. Ito putting one out there, looking for Thorpedo. It's a high ball and sails just out of bounds. Abby Thorpe did not have an opportunity to make a play on that disc.
Oh, really set herself up well in case the disc would stay in bounds, but unfortunately just sailed right past her. Really need to get this D here.
Abrams picking up on the sideline. Neeson with the disc. Working it in their end zone.
Ooh.
Zettner with the disc.
Dixon really running through there, almost got a D.
Abrams back to Zettner. On the sideline, shoots it up.
Looks like a miscommunication there for where the cutter was coming from. Gives Alpenglow another opportunity. It's important to note that a few minutes were taken up during that space. There's actually only 1 minute and 40 seconds left.
Nelson shoots it out looking for Thorpe, but that defender able to get some hands on it. Gray there with a great and important D for the Super Bloom.
Yeah, it felt like the disc was trailing in there on the edge. If it would have kind of stayed upright, Abby Thorpe could have run onto it, but that trailing edge just made it sink faster.
Gray now with the disc for the Super Bloom. Pops up that disc, and Hecht.
We've got a foul call on the other side of the field with Veldman and I'm not sure who they're on. I just saw them fall, but they went down. They weren't involved in the play at all, but it was a foul that would have stopped play. So unfortunately, I do think the disc is going to come back. So there you can see them just kind of run into each other. Yeah, with Schultz. So it looks like they're talking there about whether or not it was a foul. maybe a contested foul. This has been a pretty physical game, whether people are tripped up, whether there's fouls, whatever's going on. It sounds like the observer is saying that there wasn't a foul there, and so that means the turnover will stay based on where the turn happened. So wherever the disc is right now, if we can find that on the field, that's
Just at the
where the disc will be.
35. I can already see Nelson eyeing the ball.
Absolutely. This is
QB Nelson going to pick up the disc here. Nelson out to Kawabata. Kawabata really looking for that inside. Finds Hecht. Just on the doorstep to Dixon for a score to tie this ball game up. It is 4s with just 1 minute remaining in this half.
And what an awesome throw from Hecht that was. I don't think San Diego knew that throw was going to come from Hecht, but Dixon was right there waiting for it. They absolutely knew that was going to happen. So we've got Kawabata. This disc is going to come up to Hecht. You're going to see them just flip that right over.
Love that high release.
Beautiful.
Absolutely stunning. And a little dance from Dixon.
You gotta love the color. You gotta love the color.
So many wonderful fans out here to watch this ball game today. It is a pretty day out. We get, some nice sun, a little bit of clouds occasionally rolling through for some coverage.
Absolutely. So we've got 1 minute here. There's lots of different things about clock management here. It'll be interesting to see if Super Bloom try to score as quickly as possible or if they try to hold the disc for the entire minute.
And Ishii with the disc now for the Bloom, finding Helton. Stall count getting high, but Jones able to reset that. Lots of quick movement. Helton putting a disc out into space, looking for Stamba, and a huge bid, but just beyond the reaches there of Stamba. And this is going to be a break chance for the Alpenglow. Would be the first opportunity for them to be up in this ball game. Facet Carmen finding Smith to Lang. Stockdale now with the disc. Alpenglow really working that sideline, centering to Banis. A continued throw to Mimak, who finds Facet Carmen, who puts out a big one.
Cross field, and Helton was there. So Helton was tracking it that entire way. This is the worst case scenario for the Alpenglow. There are only 5 seconds left. If they would have just held the disc for an additional few seconds, the Super Bloom would not have this opportunity to try to score.
Ishii picking up the disc on that sideline in her own end zone. A call on the field, though.
Timeout. So
timeout.
Super Bloom very wisely uses their last timeout with 1 second left. This means there is almost absolutely no way, unless it's a Callahan, where the Super Bloom throw it in their own end zone to an Alpenglow player, that the Alpenglow can no longer score this at the end of this quarter. This is actually a really big mistake from the Alpenglow. They really needed to hold it that additional 4 seconds to make sure that the Super Bloom do not have this possession. So now, not only do the Super Bloom have possession, but they get to use their timeout.
Yep, very smart clipboard management, time management there from the Super Bloom coaches. That's the kind of strategy that you have to see at this level, right? You have to have the coaches making those right calls and the players doing the right things as well.
Absolutely. Like we talked about in the pro, clock management is a skill in and of itself. So let's see what they come up with here. The great news about this is they can hold it for as long as they want to. They can take as long as they want to, as long as they don't turn it over. The quarter and the half will be over as soon as Super Bloom scores or turns it over. And that horn signals the end of the quarter.
Ellis with the disc, finding Weaver. Quick movement here from the Super Bloom, looking for Helton, who reels that in.
Oh no,
Danny
Tran goes down. Tran really got up there and came down. I think landed, I think maybe their knee twisted when they landed. And Tran went down hard.
And Danny Tran with a history of knee injuries is causing me a bit of stress for her in this moment. While we deal with that injury, we're going to go ahead and take a quick commercial break, and we'll be back in a few minutes.
Creatine is only for extreme athletes who eat dominance.
Actually, let's skip that part. Combat Candy is for everyone who trains hard and deserves better than choking down powder. 5 grams of science-backed creatine in a gummy that turns supplement routine into something to look forward to. Just because your workout is serious business doesn't mean your creatine supplement is to me. Combat Candy. Making strength frickin' delicious. Try it at combatcandies.com.
And we are back. We are in the final possession here of this ball game. Helton is going to have the disc for Super Bloom. Again, we will go through and play until there is a turn or a score from the Super Bloom.
We've got number 32, Rachel Stockdale, in for Danny Tran, who unfortunately had that injury right there.
Schultz with the disc. Weaver centering back to Schultz. Schultz looking upfield, finding Ellis. Wow, and a beautiful layout there from Helton to maintain possession.
And the disc is going up. And they can't reel it in, actually. So the quarter is over, the half is over, and Super Bloom did not score.
Great attempt there from Schultz to try and maintain possession and really toe that line. An incredibly tough play. But we are all tied up here at the end of the second quarter. Betsy, I think that this second half could be the most exciting half that we've seen in the WUL regular season.
Gosh, it just keeps coming up. I just keep holding my breath, seeing what's going to happen. It is 4-4, and we will see you back in 10 minutes.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Welcome back.
Yeah, man, how you doing? You good? I know you like that. I know you like that. How long you been back, man? And when this beat drop, I know they gon' lean. World debut, I know they gon' fiend. Everything Mississippi to the Palm Springs. Girls from brunettes down to blonde queens. You know you like that. 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 You know you like that.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Welcome to the Pinnacle Charter School. We are a K-12 tuition-free choice school that offers bus transportation to students across the North Metro area. At the Pinnacle, we are safe, authentic, innovative, diverse, and inclusive. Pinnacle offers a variety of programs and classes to students of all ages to help them thrive both in school and beyond. Our students pursue many different paths upon graduation, from college and trades to entering the workforce immediately. Students are supported in their pursuits and encouraged to follow their passions both in the classroom and through after-school clubs and athletics.
I invite you and your family to learn more about what makes the Pinnacle an amazing school for students and families.
Now enrolling for the 2025-26 school year. Visit our website to learn more and enroll your student. Contact us to schedule a tour today.
Ultimate Camp is awesome. It's probably the best thing ever. I thought that I was going to throw my best frisbee throw ever, and that actually did happen. So I think frisbee is awesome.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Creatine is only for extreme athletes who eat dominance.
Actually, let's skip that part. Combat Candy is for everyone who trains hard and deserves better than choking down powder. 5 grams of science-backed creatine in a gummy that turns supplement routine into something to look forward to. Just because your workout is serious business doesn't mean your creatine supplement can be. Combat Candy. Making strength frickin' delicious. Try it at combatcandies.com.
What an absolutely exciting first half as we watch the San Diego Super Bloom take on the Colorado Alpenglow here at home at the Pinnacle Athletic Complex. Betsy, it has been really fun to watch. Lots of great defense going on. What have you been seeing that's been exciting you so far?
Well, I'm not actually sure if I feel excited or stressful right now. So I'm definitely feeling stressed for both teams. You know, one of the things that I was reflecting on is we're seeing a lot of great D this whole entire game. You just saw Ellie Mellick get that D on Abby Thorpe. Here's that big crossfield D from Ito. And because of all that D, that means the game is 4-4. This is really important to anyone who's just tuning in right now. It is not the end of the first quarter. It is the end of the half, and the score is 4-4. That means that the most exciting game of WUL history could be the lowest scoring game in WUL history. We were so interested in all these records being broken today. Who's going to be on top? And now it's totally possible that we have the lowest scoring game, actually, which is super fascinating. The two undefeated teams tied 4-4. Amazing defense, that throw from Ito to Feldman, and it is 4-4.
It's been really fun to watch. You know, it's been an absolute game of grit between both of these teams, battling out some really long points. We saw one point in the first half where a team, Alpenglow, put 2 timeouts during it to try and get a break. You know, a very exciting ballgame if you like defense.
Absolutely. I just want to also tune in to everyone. You can see the clouds starting to gather in the background there. If we do have to take a delay for weather, we will let you know and let you know when we're going to come back with the broadcast. So player safety is number 1, and when we come back from commercial break, we will tee you up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, man, how you doing? You good? I know you like that. I know you like that. How long you been back, man? And when this beat drop, I know they gon' lean. World debut, I know they gon' fiend. Everything Mississippi to the Palm Springs. Girls from brunettes down to blonde queens. You know you like that. 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 You know you like that.
Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Well, one of the challenges of living in the mountains is occasionally we have to deal with a little afternoon thunderstorm. So we will be on a lightning delay for at least the next 30 minutes. We will keep you all posted and try and get back in this game as soon as it is safe to do so.
Take care out there.
a lightning delay, we have players back on the field warming up following halftime. Fairly convenient timing, I suppose, if you're going to have one.
Absolutely. You can see the clouds starting to recede to the east in front of us. What a wild delay this is going to be. This has been, we thought we were back on, then we were back off. Now we were back on again, and the clouds do seem to be in the distance.
And at one point there was a tornado warning out there, but we seem to have dodged that one as well. We're hoping to take the field here soon.
I think we dodged it like a mountain lion.
Yes, as we do out here in the Colorado Hills.
That's right.
And you know, it's been an exciting day over here in general. You know, we had some youth ultimate out here earlier today as well. So I want to give a quick shout out to Altitude Youth Ultimate. Altitude Ultimate is your local 501c3 nonprofit, which has promoted ultimate opportunities throughout the Front Range for more than 20 years. From school leagues, the cutthroat youth clubs, summer camps, and top-level tournaments, Altitude is your one-stop resource for local ultimate. Colorado Alpenglow thanks Altitude for all its support throughout the season. Scan the QR code by the stands or go to altitudeyouthultimate.org for more information.
All right, and as we're getting ready back to play, this is going to be a fascinating way to start the game again. So teams have been out for over an hour now. Usually after a lightning delay, especially after such a tight game, we could see two completely different teams come out and play this game. What do you think is going to happen, Bricks?
You know, I think this is really going to be both teams started off a little bit flat-footed, especially Alpenglow in that first quarter. So I think it's going to be it could potentially be a disadvantage depending on how much each team was able to warm up and stay sort of mentally engaged in the locker room. Sort of a battle of grit here from both of these two teams to, again, just try and stay really locked in to this important game.
Absolutely, and the game has just gone longer than everyone anticipated. And so, you know, to your point about mental toughness, this is where mental toughness also comes in. I think another piece about mental toughness that is showing up here is that we had a couple of Alpenglow players go out at the last minute with some last minute injuries that were not replaced actually on the roster. So we have 97 Sarah Pesh, who is our Colorado's very reliable lefty, and Jade McLaughlin, who was player of the week last week, had such an outstanding game against the Sidewinders, and Jade is also out, and so the Alpenglow are playing two players down as well.
Yeah, so having to go deep into the roster here today for the Glow and really putting on a show here. We are off now in the second half of this game. Pajunas putting up that pull as we see the Alpenglow on offense here. Quick center to Ari Nelson. Nelson finding Ito. Swinging the disc, resetting to Hecht. Oh, a great snag there from Thorpe to keep the disc alive. Alpenglow having a little bit of challenge moving it downfield. I say that as Veldman gets it, puts it deep, looking for Thorpe. Is it a torpedo?
Absolutely ridiculous. What a rundown. That disc was nowhere close to where Abby Thorpe was. It was not a dive. It was not a big play, but you do not know how fast Abby Thorpe just moved there.
The only reason that I'm disappointed in Abby's speed there is because I really wanted to see a large layout from her.
Absolutely, that was incredible.
And again, that is the kind of energy that Alpenglow needed to see out here, right? Just a quick score showing that their offense is warmed up and able to move the field. And now San Diego is going to have the opportunity to show the same thing, right? That they didn't get too soft waiting in that lightning delay.
What I love about that break open is that happened exactly after you had said how stuck they were in their offense. They were definitely stuck, and Abby Thorpe just broke it wide open.
Love to see it. Pull there from Smith, and a centering pass looking for Jones is going to be a D. Banis coming down with that disc.
There was also a delay. Ellie Mellick and Ellie Smith actually collided and were prevented from moving down the field. They've caught up now.
Black putting the disc up, looking for Banis, and that is a break for the Colorado Alpenglow, coming out strong out of halftime.
I would like to say that that was just over a minute. That was 1 minute and 10 seconds, and Alpenglow has brought up 2 scores.
Great bookends play there from Banis. Let's take a quick look at that D.
Had to go up twice. You can actually see Ellie Mellick and Ellie Smith down on the ground in the background for that. Avery Jones just completely lost where the disc was, and Banis just never lost that connection with Black. That was a great play. That was a great team play.
Kind of the opposite that we saw in the first half, right? Seeing Super Bloom maybe struggling to get their energy up here and get back in the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was what a just energy burst. And again, what a dramatic turn of events in just over a minute of play.
Rory Veldman now with a giant pull for the Alpenglow. Looks like we're going to have Nissen picking up the disc here in the center of the field.
Yeah, the sun's back out now. The clouds are in the background. The lightning delay has all been forgotten.
Finds Abrams in the backfield, who quickly swings it out. Gray now with the disc, but no mark, so plenty of time.
No one to hurry to pick it up either.
And a great snag there from Schultz.
Great.
Swinging out.
Schultz heading deep with Fassett Carmen right on. Let's see how she reads it.
A great attempt there. Obviously the throw a little bit out of reach.
Absolutely. It looked like she was trying to track down the angle and bring it down, but just over her head. We had Mary Andrews in the vicinity as well.
A break opportunity for the Glow. Thorpe grabs that, keeps it in bounds. Putting it out into space for Rory Veldman, who reads it. Brown now with the disc. Swinging out, finding Daniels, who puts it out to Veldman, gets big, and that's a break for the Alpenglow.
That was absolutely incredible, and I want to just name Brown moving it all the way across the field to Alex Daniels. Alex Daniels was completely alone over there. All the defense had shifted to the other side, which left Veldman way open in the deep side. What an incredible track down from Veldman. You can see Brown there, just the entire width of the field. Daniels put it up. They don't even have the opportunity to even track it down.
Really great use of field space there from the Alpenglow. And they have scored the first 3 points of the second half and are now up 7-4. I think one of the largest leads that we've seen so far in this game.
Absolutely. Yeah, not only that the Alpenglow are leading for the first time, but it is the largest lead we've seen as well. You know, I think maybe they heard us with talking about how this game might be the lowest scoring game either, and decided to take that into their own hands.
Ellie Mellick with the disc. Jones now quarterbacking. Ishii looking downfield. Finds Ellie Mellick. Great grab there from number 36. Jones with the disc.
Ooh.
Lots of fakes here from Jones. And that's a score for the Super Bloom.
Yep.
Keaton there with the score.
Yeah, it looked like either the Alpenglow were attempting a forced middle there, or there was miscommunication about the force, just leaving that wide open there. A great work on the mark there from Bristol Lavoie, but then switching the mark over just left that center receiver wide open and unguarded.
And that's the kind of great movement that we expect expect to see and like to see from the Super Bowl.
Absolutely. This is just such a different game from that very first point that had multiple turns from, both teams to all of a sudden having like much cleaner ultimate after this. Like, this is the exciting game that we came for.
Heck to pick up and looks to center to Nelson, but the defense gets down there too quickly. Looks like a little discussion downfield.
It looks like there was a collision there with Dixon, who is now taking an injury. So we have seen a lot of body movement, a lot of collisions today. Dixon coming down with another collision and having to take an injury.
Yeah, it's been a little bit physical. And we are back in now. Hecht finding Nelson.
Looks like they're in their zone look here.
Lavoy now with the disc. Drops it back to Nelson. Again, handlers having to create movement to break out of this zone.
Yeah, there.
Nelson looks inside, finds Veldman. Back to Nelson. Heck now with the disc. Inside look to Abby Thorpe. Centering back to Hecht. Good controlled handler movement here from the Alpenglow. Finding Lavoy downfield. Thought about that for a second. Ito now with the disc. Puts it up. Looking for Kawabata. Wow. Oh, Kawabata reels that in.
That looked totally out of the way. It looked like it was picking up speed as it was trailing away, and Kawabata still tracked it down. And again, not even needing to leave her feet until after she had caught the disc.
Let's take a look at that absolutely stunning grab from Kawabata.
Wow.
Gorgeous.
That was a really interesting point there. You saw Super Bloom come down in that zone look that they stayed in for a while, and Alpenglow really pinned on this corner for like most of that point. Then once they broke it open after Super Bloom went to person defense, that allowed Ito to then put up another cross-field huck there. And again, that's what we've seen be successful in previous games. So it's nice to see those again.
That was a stunning pull from Robin Fassett-Carmen. Going to give Alpenglow the opportunity to get down there. Ellie Melick with the disc now. Looking upfield, puts it up. Looking for Schultz, who does come down with it and quickly finds Peden for a quick score for the Super Bloom.
Yeah, that was an extremely quick score. It looked like Andrews didn't look up quickly enough and then didn't come back when Schultz went up. That huck from Ellie Melick just going up really quickly, and then Peden just taking off, and defense didn't.
Yeah, really trusting her teammate to come down with that disc.
Well, this is exciting Frisbee, Bricks. This is what we came here for. So seeing lots of energy from both the Super Bloom and the Alpenglow. Would like to tell you that we have almost doubled the score after half, and we are barely halfway through the third quarter. So, as we said, might happen after those delays. We are seeing completely different teams.
A great pull from Helton. A quick center to Ari Nelson. Ari Nelson out to Lavoy. Resets to Hecht. Lavoy looking to move the disc. Finds Nelson. Back out to Hecht.
Really interesting, you had Bristol Lavoy in the middle of the field, completely no one around at all. They're really putting a lot of people around the mark. And so when they're able to break it open through that cup, that really opens the rest of the field up.
Alpenglow handlers going to work here, maintaining possession and trying to find different points of attack here, trying to open up the field, find the receivers downfield, and Nelson's going to do that, finding Veldman. Thorpe now with the disc.
They're really respecting Kayla Helton there in the space, but now they have two people back. They have both Kawabata and Veldman in the deep space.
Again, great patience, great inside look there from Hecht, finding Lavoie. Puts it out into space, looking for Kawabata, and just over Helton. That's a score for the Alpenglow. Kawabata really coming in clutcher with the scores.
That was incredible. That was an incredibly gutsy throw. I probably would not have made that throw on Kayla Helton, but hey, I'm no longer playing, so maybe that's why. But gosh, putting up that throw, you see that throw from Abby Thorpe to Veldman. That goes up and it goes over a jumping Kayla Helton, who felt very confident about that, and Kawabata just waiting in that great position to reel that in. That was a fun point to watch. That was great D from the Super Bloom. The Alpenglow had to make a ton of throws and tight spaces through that cup.
Yeah, their zone is certainly slowing down the Alpenglow offense. Now we're going to get an opportunity to see the Super Bloom offense.
I love both of those pulls, Bricks. Both of those last two pulls have had Super Bloom running backwards to go get the disc.
Helton now with the disc. Swings out to Jones. He puts it out looking for Ellie Mellick, but not quite able to connect there.
Yeah, it looked like maybe the wind took that in a slightly different direction than what they were anticipating and just soared out into the sideline then.
Mimak able to center for the Alpenglow. Banis now with the disc. Finding Fasil Harmon. Looking for Macy Lang, but just over the top.
Macy Lang had to wait a while for that to come open. Was there and then unfortunately soared over her.
And now with an opportunity to score, Ishii now with the disc. Finds Helton to Ellie Mellick, just on the doorstep here. Looking inside, great grab there, great throw, and Helton able to hop in there for the score. Samba there with the assist.
Yeah, that really looked like after that turn happened then that Super Bloom really regained their composure and really took control of that. You really see Helton making that great break throw, Ellie Mellick coming back, and then Helton just deciding to take off and run. Banis just too far behind to even contest that.
And the Super Bloom are really going to be looking for a break here. They do not want to get any more distance from that Colorado score.
In the last two meetings that the Alpenglow and the Super Bloom have played each other, in the regular season, the game was decided by 2 points. During the semifinals was when the game was decided by 4 points. So these teams have historically played each other very closely, despite who won. Super Bloom back in that zone.
Nelson now with the disc. Inside look to Veldman to open up space, who immediately finds Ito moving downfield. Bristol Lavoie out in space. Ari Nelson now with the disc, finds Hecht. Out into space, finding Ito. Centers back to Nelson. really working together to move the disc, maintain possession, and wait until something opens up downfield.
I really like Heck's pump fakes. They really are very effective at moving the mark around, and you can see how effective she is, both in person and zone. People really bite on them, and it's super fun to watch.
Ari Nelson with the disc. Out to Veldman. Heck now in possession. Nelson putting it, looking for Ito, but Pajunas in the space and the disc goes out of bounds. This is a break chance opportunity for the Super Bloom.
That disc really sailed deep there. Even if Ito had made an amazing play, I'm not sure she would be able to snatch that out of the air like a wonderful mountain lion jumping for her prey.
Jones with the disc, running QB here. Out to space. Oh, Weaver looking there, and a misconnect. Nelson looking downfield, finds Hecht for the reset. Hecht inside to Veldman, over her head. Almost had a second play on that disc, but a D there from Bile. Looks like there's going to be some discussion on the field.
Is that another lightning delay we might be hearing about? Oh, they just screwed up the clock. Very sorry about that. Looks like maybe there was a foul call down on the field, and they are talking about it. And that maybe there was a foul on the second attempt. We're going to take another look at that. So you can see the disc elevate. Gotcha. So I wonder if Veldman is saying that kick into Veldman's leg prevented them from going up.
I'm in front of you. I agree. I completely missed the first one. But at that point, it's a free second.
Discussion here.
And because I'm in front of you, my weight was high. And so I feel like contact then takes away my ability to get down.
Got Badger whispering secrets behind his clipboard.
Absolutely. You always got to protect, yourself there. Make sure no one's listening to your super awesome calls. Looks like they are going to the observer there for clarification. The observer ruling that there is a foul there. So Veldman is going to retain possession of the disc on the end zone line.
There are still 2 seconds.
Alpenglow on the doorstep here.
So it's going to be back point of the foul.
The disc is coming over here, and Colorado will have the opportunity. They will have 4 seconds when it gets tapped in for everyone to be able to move other than Veldman to get into position. And then after 4 seconds, the disc will be live for Veldman to start playing.
An interesting WUL rule, that pre-stall.
Absolutely, everybody getting ready back in to see what's happening.
I only knew because I already asked. Sorry, I can be louder about that next time.
Just about a minute left in this third quarter. This could be a good, important score for the Alpenglow here.
Absolutely, this could be the difference between, going into the fourth quarter 10-7 or maybe 9-8. Those are 2 very different games. Still a lot of discussion out there on the field. I'm sure it's because everyone just loves each other and just wants to continue conversation. Sometimes in Frisbee, we just, we don't get a lot of time to catch up and see what goes on there.
Veldman finds Hecht for the reset. Not a lot of options downfield. Resets to fourth. Out to Ito. Ito looking. Has to put a bit of a bailout throw out into space, but Kawabata reels it down. Some discussion, it looks like, on the field, though. Might send that disc back.
I think there's going to be a stall call on the throw or a timeout, one or the other. It looks like it was a timeout call. So when timeouts are called, as we mentioned before, the clock resets and all teams get to sub.
So while they're talking about that, let's talk about one of our other sponsors with the Alpenglow, and that is Jackson Photo. Colorado Alpenglow would like to thank Jackson Photo, the official photographer of the Colorado Alpenglow Ultimate Team. I'm sure he's out on the field somewhere getting some good action shots.
Absolutely. It's tough for everybody for lightning delays, but, especially our photographers, they've got to wait around too for the action to happen, and we're super grateful for Jackson Photo to be here. We'll see if he got any cool lightning shots.
Or any cool tornado shots.
Yeah, or any cool mountain lion shots. Any of those things. Maybe a mountain lion, like, riding a lightning bolt. That would be the coolest picture ever.
Nelson here will maintain possession of the disc for the Alpenglow.
I will say, if you were just watching the game about a minute ago, you will notice this is a very different setup than what they were currently struggling with, although Nelson is still struggling to get people open. So there is a stall called. Again, even though the Alpenglow were in a completely different formation than they were when they originally called the timeout. They were pretty clogged. There was a lot going on. There was definitely more space. That shows the kind of defense that Super Bloom is putting on. The Alpenglow still struggling to get open. So that is a turn that stall was upheld. So Avery Jones will pick up after the stall call.
Jones finding Pajunas, who puts it out into space, looking for Ellie Melick. Too far out in front of her to be able to reel that in.
Ellie Melick definitely capable of making gigantic, huge diving plays and sides, but that is too far for her.
Thorpe now with the disc. Puts out to Kawabata. Nelson centers to Hecht.
And Ito goes down in the middle of the field, unfortunately. Looked like they were trying to make a cut, made another cut, and then just went right down to their knees.
Another potential injury for the Alpenglow. That roster is really struggling right now, numbers-wise.
Yeah, this is tough to lose another player. As we said earlier, we lost Danny Tran earlier. To lose Ito then at this point in time in the game when there's only one quarter left. The team really looks to Ito as their captain for a lot of leadership both on and off the field. And so to lose both Tran and Ito is a big loss for the Alpenglow right now.
Bassett Carmen coming in for Ito as the Alpenglow look to score. Hecht with the disc now. Puts it out to Nelson. Lots of good space there. Nelson runs it down. We're at the end of time for this quarter, so we will play through this final possession. Stall count must be getting high. And that throw's gonna work to Veldman. A couple different open players. And Veldman finds Bristol Lavoie for a score in the final possession of that quarter to give us a 3-point lead for the Colorado Alpenglow, 10-7.
What an incredible change of fortune in such a short amount of time. We will talk about that when we come back. But wow, we are in a completely different place. Game is 10-7, and we will see you in a couple minutes.
awesome. It's probably the best thing ever. I thought that I was going to throw my best frisbee throw ever, and that actually did happen. So I think frisbee is awesome.
So fired up, I just jumped out of my seat.
Wow! What a beautiful grab.
And we are back. We are in the final quarter of the final regular season game of the Western Ultimate League 2025 season. These two teams entered today undefeated, and we have 12 more minutes of game time to decide who will finish out their season undefeated and take the #1 seed for championship weekend.
Yeah, it is final here, Bricks. Things are on the line. We came in after half it being 4-4. We've had multiple lightning delays, and now the teams only have 1 quarter left, with the Alpenglow being up 3 after an incredible ending to the 3rd quarter.
Jones picking up and quickly finding Ishii. Ellie Melik with the disc now. Peden looking to reset the disc. Finds a bidding Helton to maintain possession. Helton looking to reset.
That's some great reset defense from Alex Daniels there.
Ishii looking downfield. Great slide to maintain possession then from Stamba, but not quite able to hold through that contact with the ground. Going to give Alpenglow an opportunity to break. Alex Daniels swinging out to Robin Fassett-Carmen. Fassett-Carmen looking. And through a bidding player. Stockdale has possession, but it looks like a potential stall called from Fassett-Carmen.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. There's a stall, but there's also like maybe some contact information too. So not a stall. So Rachel retains possession. What an incredible sliding catch from Stockdale that was.
Incredible to maintain that possession through that little bit of contact there from Stamba.
And the ground too. That was people contact and ground contact. That's a double contact grab there, Bricks.
Stockdale on the line here. So Fassett-Carmen, who quickly swings to Maxfield. Finding Alex Daniels. Upfield, the disc pops up, and Carolyn Black able to pick up that trash.
You know, I saw Carolyn coming from back. She tracked that immediately. What an incredible track and what an incredible grab. I do not know what they're talking about now.
I think we'll all work together on the field to figure that out. Brown currently has possession of the disc.
And will retain possession.
Finding Black in the backfield.
Oh, injury. Another injury call from Daniels. Looks like there's a cramp going on. We have 3 Alpenglow players that have gone down.
And I think there might be another lightning delay.
All right, so it looks like we're taking another lightning delay. That means another 30 minutes for us, and then we will be back. Please stay safe out there.
Yeah, man, how you doing?
drop, I know they gon' lean. World debut, I know they gon' fiend. Everything Mississippi to the Palm Springs. Girls from brunettes down to blonde queens. You know you like that. 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 You know you like that.
We're Tire Rack. We test tires to provide you with truth, transparency, and unbiased recommendations. We're Tire Rack. We stock over 1 million tires to ensure we have what you need. We're Tire Rack. We work hard to ship your tires fast and free. We're Tire Rack. We offer convenient installation options to keep you moving forward. We do all this for one reason. Tires matter. TireRack.com. The way tire buying should be.
Welcome to the Pinnacle Charter School. We are a K-12 tuition-free choice school that offers bus transportation to students across the North Metro area. At the Pinnacle, we are safe, authentic, innovative, diverse, and inclusive. Pinnacle offers a variety of programs and classes to students of all ages to help them thrive both in school and beyond. Our students pursue many different paths upon graduation, from college and trades to entering the workforce immediately. Students are supported in their pursuits and encouraged to follow their passions both in the classroom and through after-school clubs and athletics.
I invite you and your family to learn more about what makes the Pinnacle an amazing school for students and families.
Now enrolling for the 2025-26 school year. Visit our website to learn more and enroll your student. Contact us to schedule a tour today.
for the first time in Alpenglow program history, we're going to have to call this game due to lightning. The storms are coming through, and both teams have agreed to settle on a final score with Alpenglow up 10, Super Bloom 7. So that's going to be an Alpenglow win today, and they'll head into championship weekend as that 1 seed. And we saw a lot of really great dynamic plays today that we want to celebrate as well. And there were a lot to choose from in the 3 quarters that we played.
There were.
And so we ultimately decided that our Discraft play of the game is from Kayla Helton, if you remember that gorgeous layout.
I love that you can even see the reaction of Slev on the sideline. Cannot believe what she just saw. What an incredible layout. So as we sign off here from Pinnacle, where it started to rain terribly, of course, as we're trying to pick everything up, want to remind you all about championship weekend. Please join us in Oakland, California on June 7th and 8th. Buy your tickets at WUL.org. And we are out. We will be at the championship weekend. Alpenglow will be at the championship weekend. Join us in Oakland. Join us on YouTube. That's it. That's a wrap on the final regular season for the Colorado Alpenglow.
It's been absolutely fun. It was great having you in the booth here today with us, Betsy. And we had a full day, right? Started early with that clinic earlier today. Some Alpenglow players coming out to teach some of our youth. That was great. And then just absolutely amazing plays on both sides of the field today. Honestly, showing that they are top teams in this league.
You got it. So for the Colorado Alpenglow 2025 regular season, I am Betsy Bash signing off.
And I'm Emily Brixey.
Not related.
We're not related. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Thanks, fans.